Good evening, everyone. It's Monday, July 7th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for a playthrough of one of the games on the table here. We will decide together which one to play. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Yesterday, I did a little channel update. So if you're just looking for something to pass the time, you might want to check that out. YouTube says 14 concurrent viewers. Well, let's look at what we have tonight. Actually, I think we're going to do something a little different tonight because I just saw Murder in Tinseltown on Amazon a couple days ago and ordered it, but I missed that the box says 2 to 4 players, which is a little bit surprising to me because it looks like it's using the same kind of system as the Crypto Killer, also by Professor Puzzle. That was rated 1 or more. So I don't know why this is only 2 players and up. So what I think we'll do tonight is we'll definitely open this up and look at it. See if we can understand why it is 2 player or more. Also on the table are 2 games, 2 cold case games that look like they're wallet based. There are a couple wallet based games. There's a competitive wallet game that I can never get my friends to play, where there's a sort of gimmick where everyone can take out or put into the wallet. But these are cold case game based on a wallet. One is from the Unsolved Case Files people. This is a big thick wallet with lots of stuff in it. This is another Professor Puzzle game. They don't make the best of these. This feels like there's nothing in it. So I think maybe we'll open that up too and see what's going on there. Also on the table, I have brand new arriving, the Shackleton series. This is a 6-part puzzle game with a thin narrative, I understand. It kickstarted recently. I did not kickstart it. I was a little skeptical, but it is now for sale through the website of Escape Mail. And the theme is very appealing to me, although I don't know how much narrative is in it. But we could open this up and take a look at that as well. The only real reason not to play that tonight is because it is a continuing story. And I don't know if we're ready to schedule 6 of those. And then we have Ministry of Lost Things, which is a puzzle game from Rita Orlov that we've been waiting to play for a while, and a new small box hunt-a-killer game, relatively new, medium difficulty game called The Final Act, cold case game, puzzle game. And then also I've started to get an itch to play. I've played through all of the detective modern crime board game and really liked it. It's sort of a controversial game. Not everyone likes it. But I realized we never finished playing through Season 1, which is sort of the simplified cut down rules version. We only played the first of 3 cases. I don't know why they're not making more of these. Something's weird with Ignacy Trzewiczek, the owner of Portal Games. It's sort of like Detective Modern Crime came out. It got huge acclaim. And then for a while there, they kept releasing content for it and spun off a couple games, and then they just dropped it. I don't know what's going on there. All right, so before we have a vote, rather than having a vote right off the bat, let me just put these on the table. Everyone can tell me what projects and hobbies you're working on. And what we'll do here is we'll get these on the table. And then let's open the ones that I'm curious to look inside and understand what's going on here. This is the first one. So I don't understand what's happening. Why do we not have our side up? I'll have to fix that during the break. For now, we can just zoom in. If I zoom in too far, it's going to go black. All right. That's fine. Okay, so you can see it says 2 to 4 players. This is the part that looks very familiar to me from Crypto Killer, but there's some other stuff that looks a little different. Now you can see my review of the Crypto Killer, which was a little bit on the easy side, but actually had some clever stuff. And I said at the time I would be happy to play more in that series. But the question is why? It's got a board. It looks a little warped. A little. This is a weird choice for them to make. Weird decision, but okay. It looks like you lay out a board, which is just a place to put things. A little envelope for you to put the characters after you finish playing. Look at this little retro black and white photo. Now, are those for different players? Let's see if we can see the rule. All right, so this is the part that looked very similar, and it is in fact, as guessed, exactly the Crypto Killer's thing. So when you combine two pieces of evidence, then you look up this number in the booklet. Yeah, these are scenes just like in Crypto Killer, but there should be a booklet. Maybe they've moved to using an app. Normally you would look up this in a booklet. Nothing underneath. Okay, so they must have changed how this works. But let's take a look at the rules. So we probably can't play this tonight if it really is multiple players, but let's see if it really is. Okay, so here are the things you look up. These are sort of instructions and narrative. So in that chart, when you combine things, you look it up. Solutions. Okay, so I do not see at a quick glance anything about multiple players. Can I zoom in on this without it freaking out about this camera? No, there's the that's as far as I can go before it gets. For some reason, it's not. Let's see if we can reconnect it. Let's see. Is that any better? No, I wonder why that is. All right, that's a little troubling. Okay, let's see. There's the drawing, combining, removing item cards, suspect cards. These are the suspects you meet during the case. They can also be combined to question them. Okay, that's new, but no reason you need multiple players. These are the logical conclusions that you make during your investigation. They cannot be combined with other cards. Keep the conclusions together. Story cards. Where are the rules? How to play. Okay. There is no reason that you couldn't play this single player. In fact, it feels like there needs to be more rules. It's like, here's a game, you play with a deck of cards. That's not really rules. Results and solution. That's not really rules. Do you think the first cards teach you the rules? What do you do with the characters? That's new to us. I don't remember that. Other crypto killer doesn't have rules. I mean, doesn't have characters. All right, so we could try to play this game. In fact, I might be inclined to try to play this game. Well, that could be a train wreck, but now my curiosity is piqued. All right, well, there's that. I can't remember if it has an online component or not. All right, a little troublesome that the rules aren't really rules. Now let's take a look at Hush Money and see what's inside here. Because it feels like there's nothing inside here. This wallet game is a nice big thick wallet. With lots of heft to it. This one feels like it's really an online game with very little in it. Okay, it says one victim, one wallet, one killer case to crack. You'll need to use the items inside the wallet to unlock clues. Paper wallet with 9 pieces of evidence. An access code to the portal. What does this one say? Mysterious wallet has been found. That's it. The unsolved case files are really producing a lot of content, and they're experimenting. I really appreciate that. So let's see. We have a paper map of Chicago here on an 8.5 by 11 sheet. And then we've got a folded paper wallet with a couple things in it. Okay, but maybe all the work is in the website. All right, so these two are virtually the same. Well, what would you call it? We don't know how they work the same way, but the same concept of a found wallet with clues. All right, and then shall we take a look at this Shackleton box? I think this is about $70, $80 that I paid, and we should say thank you to the Patreon supporters of this channel that made it possible for me to pick this up. So 6 episodes. You can see it's a puzzle game. 10 plus hours of gameplay. That's fairly substantial. There's a refill kit sold separately to replace the items that you would normally tear up and mark up. So that's a little nerve-wracking. I mean, it's something to consider if you're going to try to pass it along. You may have to destroy items. I did not order a refill kit. 1 to 2 hours per episode. Now, I've heard good things about the first episode. This is one of these games that did get sent out to a lot of YouTubers for early preview, the first episode. So lots of good coverage for the first episode, but I'm not sure anyone has talked about the other episodes, so we don't know. Comes with an app for video synths and more. Feels fairly substantial. All right, and then this puzzle, the Ministry of Lost Things looks like it's a little charming puzzle game with some nice art. First case of many, 2 to 3 hours. And then, if you don't know Detective Modern Crime Board Game Season 1, I'm not going to explain this. We'd have to go through the rules. I mean, I have checked it over. The rules aren't very complicated, but I'm not going to open it up. We'd go through it at the time. If we decide to play it and you know how the Hunter-Killer games work, this looks like a very classic one with their old gimmick of a little bit of a locked box. All right, so what's it going to be? let's open up the voting and see what people want to play. I guess I would be inclined, although it's very likely to be a train wreck, I'd be inclined to try Murder in Tinseltown just to see what's going on. But let's open up the voting. Let me see what the chat says. Do I have a good, where's my good way to do this? Please here. Still have not figured out the right way to do this so you can see everything and we can have the chat. All right. Nelson says, I've seen a spoiler for the unsolved case files wallet. Well, how did you let that happen? Not a great implementation. Dorf says, I did not like my experience with Detective at all. A lot of people, some people really didn't like Detective and some people did. I think that's part of the nature of the game, that you could have a bad experience with it. It had some real flaws in its design, but I did like it. Let's see. We've got 5 votes for Murder in Tinseltown. So this group is willing to see what happens. I mean, we may discover that we can't actually play it, but it looks like we should be able to play it. All right. It looks like the group is willing to indulge me and try Murder in Tinseltown. Got a couple holdouts. Joseph May says that the major flaw with Detective was the flavor text. It's been a while since I played it, but it did have some awkward stuff. And it had a solution that was a little iffy, but I did enjoy the ride. We are going to have to figure out how to fix this camera. I should have checked all the cameras ahead of time. There's something very, well, I don't know. I don't, it seems like Portal Games is just one person. It's just Ignacy Trevicek making all the decisions. But it is a little bit, like, on one hand, he is about uh as communicative with the players of his games. Like, he has a YouTube channel and he goes on there and talks frequently about updates and stuff. On the other hand, they have a real history of being bad at communicating about games. There was a whole catastrophe with Robinson Crusoe. They promised they were going to release 3 parts to Dune House Secrets, and they just never said a word after the first one was so terrible. I just silently dropped the issue and have never mentioned it. So there's something not so good about their communication. All right, so it looks like we're going to try playing Murder in Tinseltown. So let's why don't we do this? Why don't we get Murder in Tinseltown out. That's what we're going to play. We can stop the voting here. All right, so why don't we take an early break here? You guys can refresh your coffee and tea. I'll clean up the table. I'll fix the top-down camera. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll start playing Murder in Tinseltown. If it blows up in our face and for some reason the rules look like we can't play it with one player, I don't believe it, then we will go to our second choice, which I did not pay attention to what it was, but we'll make an audible call if that happens. Otherwise, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, here we are back again. Dennis has joined us. Lauren was just saying she's been working on her comic. Lauren, why don't you tell us while we're getting started here, what your comic is about? Maybe you could, I guess you can't post an image uh, on YouTube, but you could post it on the Discord. All right, so we decided to try to play Murder in Tinseltown, a brand new game that just showed up on Amazon, but we know its predecessor. We can see the game system that this evolved from was a game called Crypto Killer by Professor Puzzle. We played it and reviewed it, and it actually had some cool things about it. And I can see many of the mechanics here are the same. This box says 2 to 4 players. The original box just said 1 up. That is concerning, but looking at the rules, what rules there are, doesn't seem like that's an issue. So I wonder if we should even... Did I get rid of Crypto Killer so I don't have the rules anymore? Or do I have it somewhere? All right, well, we're going to find out, but it's quite possible. It's quite possible that we're going to get this game set up. We're going to read the first card and then realize we can't actually play the game. But we'll see. Okay, so you're supposed to set up this board. What is going on with these? I guess this we match. All right, so they want us to have this board, which is all pretty badly warped. You can't really see it, I guess. And I'll just... I remember the last time I was doing this little bending trick, I cracked the board in half. But this is not a particularly expensive game, although, again, this is one of these cases where it's the Patreon supporters that make it possible for me to buy these games. All right. Read first. Now, I did fix the camera, and I realized what was causing it. So, all right, let's read our introduction here. You get the call. Hollywood's leading lady, Ruby Bloom, has been found dead on the set of her latest movie, Deadly Caress. When you arrive, you flash your police badge and are ushered under the police tape that blocks the entrance to Ruby's trailer. Ruby's lying on her bed. There are no signs of a struggle. It could all be natural causes, but something doesn't feel quite right. Call it a hunch, but it looks like there's been another murder in Tinseltown. All right, we've got our cards, our scenes, our suspect figures, which are called characters here. Reference chart, which we're familiar with. I did a review of Crypto Killer on the channel, spoiler-free review you could watch if you wanted to. Murder in Tinseltown is a murder mystery game played using a deck of cards numbered 0 through 75, 5 larger fold-out scenes, and a reference chart. You also have a board and 6 suspect figures. These are used to organize the cards and to assess the suspect's guilt. As you play the game, you'll need to examine and combine the right cards to unravel the clues, gather evidence, pinpoint the motives, and ultimately identify the murderer. There are 3 different actions you need to perform as you play. You draw a card, combine cards. So this reference chart is what is similar to Crypto Killer. And it's symmetric, so it doesn't matter what order you combine them. If you want to combine card 4 with card 7, nothing happens. 2 with card 15, you look up this in the book. Or 15 with 2, you'd look up this in the book. Same thing. All right, so that's what we'll be doing when we combine. Sometimes it'll tell us to remove a card that we no longer need. If it tells you to remove a card you haven't drawn, just remove it from the deck. You can look through the cards. 5 different kinds of cards. They're item cards and observation cards, which I guess we have space for here. Items and observations. This is different. We didn't have this when we played the other game, Crypto Killer. Keep these cards in those sections of the board. They will have the combined symbols on them. Combine them to draw new cards. Okay, fine. Suspect cards. This is new. These are the murder suspects you will meet during the case. These cards also have combined symbols on them. Combine them with items and observations to question them. That's clever. To remind yourself of the key players, keep the suspect cards together in one place. When you draw a suspect card, take the corresponding figure and place it on the board's guilt track. Okay, so I guess the idea is it wants us to use these just for fun to see as we suspect them of being guilty or innocent. Now, what would be really nice if there was some mechanic for rewarding us for placing them during the game, or if it's just a little way of thinking about it. All right, so we'll pop these out as we meet these people. Conclusion cards. What is this? These cards are the logical conclusions that you make during your investigation. They cannot be combined. Keep your conclusions together in the conclusions section here. Try to collect as many of these cards as you can. The more you have, the better your chances of picking the correct killer at the end of the game. Why would that be? There are a lot of optional conclusions that could be missed. I see. They're just, I guess they're summarizing things that are true. They're not theories. They're things we've learned. And they're story cards. These cards contain small sections of story as the game progresses. Some of these cards are sunset cards found at the end of a hard day's detective work. These cards have discussion topics related to what you've found so far. Take a moment to think about your findings or to discuss your theories with other players. This is a good time to organize your cards on the board at sunset and to move your suspect figures on the guilt track. Okay, that's kind of fun. I mean, this seems reasonable. Okay, now here's just how to look up the reference cards. You combine two things, you look it up, you turn to it in this very thin part of this book, but sometimes not much to it. Sometimes it'll tell you to draw a new card. Some will give information. There are no penalties for incorrect answers. If you get stuck, solutions can be found in the back of the book. Now, my memory with Crypto Killer is that there was an online component, and in fact that it had a pretty clever little conclusion epilogue thing online. This doesn't say anything about any online content. It also doesn't have like the rules. There should be rules about what to do now. There's some real missing piece of this. Like the rules. Oh, it does say it when you're ready. All right, when you're ready to start, draw scene 1, cards 0, 4, 21, and 62. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So there are 5 scenes. So we draw scene 1. Presumably this is for us to store those character cards when we're done. And then we've got our deck of cards. And it wants cards 0. Okay, 0, 4, 21, and 62. Odd choice not to just make them the first couple cards, but okay, that's fine. Let's put these away. And then it says good luck. Okay, we'll need this to read. We'll need this to look up combinations. Maybe we can just leave this on the table somewhere. All right. I guess I feel better about this than I thought I would. All right, so scene one. Here we go. We've entered her trailer. She's dead on the bed. And there she is. So, photography looks like it's been used in this game. I have no complaints about that. What have we got? On her dresser, it looks like a bottle of champagne or wine. This looks like an old-fashioned perfume sprayer. Lamp looks like we might be able to go into this drawer. Window that could be opened. Someone could get through that window, and then there's the body. All right, let's look at our cards we've got. Here's card 0. It's just reminding us how to play. Draw, combine, remove. Sometimes numbers, the puzzles may require you to find your own 2-digit number. All right. Here's a conclusion. We've discovered a body. Ruby's body. Oh, Ruby's husband, Spencer Lowe, discovered Ruby's body and called the police. So this feels more like a fact. But okay. So her husband, Spencer Lowe, discovered Ruby's body and called the police. Now, are we told who these people are? They don't have names on these. So we don't know if one of them is Spencer Lowe. But that's that, all right. And it wants us to keep that on our conclusion base somewhere. Not that that makes any, not that any of this really is necessary. All right, what's this? Forensic kit. So here's an item that goes into our collection that we can combine with other things. Forensic kit for taking fingerprints, identifying trace substances. Okay, very similar to Crypto Killer. We've got some items we can combine. So if we wanted to do forensics on the window to maybe take fingerprints, see if anyone opened the window, or on the body, on the wine, on the drawer, etc. All right, we'll put that out. Our last initial card is an observation. Was the victim alone? Witnesses from the cast and crew state that besides Ruby and her husband, no one was seen entering the trailer on the day of her death. So this is just representing the trailer. So if we wanted to examine it, combine it, we would interact with it. These cards we can just do. Like when we won't choose to look at that, we'll take card 5. When we choose to look at this, we'll take card 17. When we choose to look at this, we'll take card 34. Now you might ask, why not just take all of these cards right now? I guess we could, but I guess if we're role playing it, we'll decide which one we want to do first. I guess the crime scene seems like you'd look at the body first. When you see this, draw the card. Okay, so I guess we're just supposed to draw these right now, but let's go ahead and do it. Okay, there's 34. There's 5. 17 and 53. I mean, she doesn't look like she died violently. It looks kind of peaceful, but maybe there's some violence we can't see. Let's start by examining the body here. Victim confirmed. The victim is famous Hollywood actress Ruby Bloom. You've seen a few of her movies. There are no signs of a struggle, no obvious wounds on the victim's body. Right? And it already says we should go get 32. She's got a fruity smell. There's a fruity smell on the victim's neck. And then we've got a puzzle piece here. Not here. This is just means we're done with this card. But there's Ruby Bloom. Looks kind of happy. All right. So we could interact with the smell on her neck. Maybe forensically do something with it. I'm not sure what you would do with it, though. All right. We'll put this with our other observations for now. Let's go look at what's on the dresser here. The perfume bottle. Perfume bottle's on the chest of drawers. It has a sweet smell like cherries and almonds. All right, already almonds seems seems like we've got our murder here, right? Like this is our cyanide that smells like almonds. Is that it? It's case closed. We've solved it. It's the almond smell of cyanide. All right, well, we might want to just forensically examine that. Everything should be forensically examined if we're not on a budget. All right, 17. Let's see what's in anything in that drawer. I see it's a chest of drawers sealed with a combination lock. Okay, so here we go. This now things are getting interesting. It looks like when we figure out the 4 digits, we'll treat that as if we were combining 2 cards and look that up on the reference chart. So we need to figure out the 4 digits to her drawer. We have no clue about that currently. And now looking at the window. The window's locked. The door to the trailer had been unlocked by Ruby's husband before you arrived. Neither lock looks to have been previously picked or forced. Okay, front door looks fine. Window's locked, but we could check it for prints. So if you came in the window, probably you couldn't lock it from the outside. So if it was open and you came in from the window and then you chose to lock it and you'd leave through the front door, but how would you lock the front door? Unless it's one of those auto-locking doors. All right, it's a bit of a mystery then. How did someone get in if the husband didn't do it? If the husband did it, he's already in. He could have killed her when he came in. All right, so we've got all of our items. We've got our scene. Nothing else jumps out at me from that scene. Don't need these rules. So conclusions are never going to have puzzle pieces to interact with, but our items and our observations will. So this is what we've got now. It's just about combining cards. Any thoughts about what you want to do first? I'm not sure what we would do with the smell on the victim's neck. I would just conclude that she's put this spray, cherries and almonds. I suspect that's our cyanide. Maybe we can do a forensic examination of this. Do you think identifying trace substances? Yeah. So okay, let's confirm our theory that this is in fact a poison that someone snuck into her perfume. All right, so 7 and 41. So we get out our chart here. We look up 7 and 41, and we see we're supposed to read 378. So we get this out. We try not to read anything else. Draw card 45. All right, so here's the analysis of the trace substance. The bottle contains both perfume and an excessively lethal dose of cyanide. Be careful, detective. Just one spray would be all it would take. All right, so we were right. It tells us to throw away card 21. That's it. The forensic kit is done. Really? We can't check fingerprints on the windowsill? That's it. Forensic kit was a one-time use. All right. Throw that away. Um, doesn't it seem like it's this card we should be throwing away? That's got to be a bug, right? I feel like that's a bug. I got my I'm on high alert for bugs here. This is telling us to throw away card 21, which is the forensic kit, but it sure seems like this is the card we should be throwing away because this one should be replacing it. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's not throw away any cards because it's not like anything is gonna break at this point from not throwing away this card. I suspect it's this card that we should be throwing away. Because you can see we can now combine things to examine the perfume that we now know is poisoned. So to test my theory that we weren't supposed to throw away our forensic kit, I think we should use this forensic kit right now on the window. And let's see if it gives us something useful. So 748. 748 is 514. 514 is no fingerprints on the trailer window. So clearly we weren't supposed to throw this away. And that's our first bug. Clearly wants us to throw this away. I mean, not clearly, but that's my guess. While we're here doing fingerprints, let me just do a fingerprint analysis of the outside of the trailer just for fun. 7 and 30. 7 and 30 has no entry. Okay. All right, we found out she's been killed with cyanide. The window's locked. I looked for fingerprints, didn't find any. Chest of drawers, but we don't know the code to it. Trailer, we don't know what to do with it. And then there's the smell on the neck. Well, some card eventually will tell us to go to scene 2, but nothing has told us about that yet. What do you think? What do we do with the smell on her neck? Do we do forensics on that too to confirm that she's used the poison on her? Seems odd. Surely we're not supposed to. Let me just make sure this isn't a Are we supposed to read this off here? Surely not. I mean, you can see that it's got a number listed on the actual picture of the lock. Do you think it wants us to just figure that out by reading it? 2427, it looks like. It's not a puzzle, it's just reading it? I don't know what this line is at the bottom. I guess it's just supposed to be some shadow at the bottom of that. 2427. All right, well, let's look up 2427 and see if that's on our chart here. That's an odd little thing here. Maybe it's just teaching us. Okay, well, there's no 24. So I guess that's just a miscommunication with the art department. It's definitely like that number, right? Not the number at the top, not 35, 38. Let's just look. Is there a 35, 38? No, there's no 35, 38. Okay. So odd. Anything else we've missed about this photo that we should be paying attention to? So she sprayed her perfume. Maybe she was waiting for a date and she died from it. Husband comes in, finds the body. We don't know what code she would have used. How are we going to find out what code she would use? Could just start randomly combining things, but feels like we can do better than that. I've already looked for forensic prints on the window and on the outside. No one was seen entering on the day of her death. So someone came in previously. Warren says it gave you 2 rows of numbers in a row where it looked like you filled in with numbers. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay. You're not really making sense to me. So try it. Maybe someone else in the chat can help me understand what you're trying to say. Let's think about other details. What could I do with her neck? I mean, we can try to forensically examine it. Let's try that. 768. 768 does have an entry. It's 901. Let's see what happens when we forensically examine her neck. I don't want to get too close to it, though. You take a swab of the victim's neck. Is that cyanide? This requires further investigation. We already figured out it's cyanide. So she sprayed the perfume on her neck, which caused her to inhale it and die. That's fine. Now what? I guess we want to get in here. What are we missing? All right. I don't really get what you're saying, but I'll spend a little bit more time here, so maybe someone else in the chat can explain. We look at the lock. It says it's clear the number on this lock in the photo is 2427. And if you scroll up, you can see 3538, which is every digit plus one. But this little red line is clearly telling us that that's the number registered on the lock, 2427. Now, if you look at this card, it seems to be saying that when you figure out the 4 digits, you would treat these as 2 puzzle pieces. That would mean we should cross-reference on our reference chart, which is what this is called, a reference chart, 2427. But it's impossible to do 2427 because 2427 doesn't exist here. Now, Lauren Budabel was seeming to suggest do something else, like look up the +1 +1, but that doesn't even make sense because 24 goes to 25, but 27 would go to 28. There's no 28. So, but maybe it's suggesting we get card 24 and 27 out. Now that would be very poor illustrating because instead it should say this icon if it wants us to get those. But I can take a little peek at card 24 and 27 and see if I think that might be it. No, I don't think so. A very odd choice to show us specific numbers here, though. If it wants us to guess these. Going one down each column would be 1316. Okay, but 1316 also doesn't exist. So that's that. So we have to get on the wavelength of this game. What are we not understanding? Can I now forensically look at this after we've already discovered it's cyanide? That doesn't seem right. You can see it's not an item. Is there a code that we're not seeing that's written down somewhere? Or is there something we're missing? I mean, even this whole photo is weird. Like, it's just a lock floating in front of a cabinet, which is different looking than the cabinet in the scene photo. We forensically examined this. We forensically examined this. We've examined the perfume. We found out it's cyanide. Could we combine the trailer? Could we combine the puzzle trailer with 48? Lock trailer? What are you talking about? What 48? There's no 48. Oh, you mean this? This 48. I see. It is odd that they're using different numbers for this. Okay. Uh, could we combine the trailer with this? What would that do? What would we be telling it to do? Let's look at this for a second. Combine the number inside this icon with another two-digit number. Doesn't say what to combine with what. I wonder if it doesn't intend for us to have the husband card out. No, surely it would tell us that. But like, I'd like to question him. Feels like we should have his card out. Like, why have we not been given the husband to question? Feels like we should have the husband out. I can try combining these two. I don't know what it would mean, though. 30 and 48. 30 and 48 is an entry. What on earth would that refer to? All right, let's look up 893 and see what Jamie's idea was. I don't know what it mean to do. It just says draw card 1. Ruby was alone. All right, so that's interesting. So Jamie's idea was to combine these two cards, and now we see the first sign that this conclusion idea is an actual mechanic. It seems to suggest that if we're not we're combining these two observations to reach a conclusion. The window's locked. No one saw anyone coming in, so we conclude this. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting idea. All right, so, and then it says get rid of card 53. That one does feel like we should be getting rid of it. Okay, so that was a good idea and an interesting change in the way we're used to these games. Two observations make a conclusion rather than interacting with objects. Now okay, that gives us something a little more to think about. So should we be thinking about no one came in and she perfumed herself? Should we combine those and conclude, like, she's got perfume on her neck and no one came in? Should we combine these to conclude that she sprayed herself with perfume? 30 and 68. I mean, I guess we could see if there's an entry just for fun. It seems a little weird. 30 and 68 has no entry. Okay, so it's not that. Still feels like we're missing the husband to question. We might still have this card. It told us to throw away a card. We might still have this one, but it seems unlikely. Seems like it should have been replaced with this one with bad instructions. Although maybe we don't even need this one anymore. What if we forensically look at the lock? But that doesn't work because we don't know the numbers and the numbers on the lock don't exist. Is there something we're not seeing about this trailer? Earrings. Feels like we're missing about how to deal with this lock. Well, we've got a couple choices. Either we're missing some idea of what to do. We could kind of flail around. Or we are missing a puzzle about how to unlock the drawer. Or the game has forgotten to tell us to go grab the husband who we could question about this, who would tell us. Could we try 18 and 68? I thought I tried that, but let me look again. 1868 has no entry. Yeah, I thought I tried that. 1868 has no entry. Forensic of the outside had no entry. Let me just make sure that's true. I guess it's dangerous because sometimes I might check these numbers. I don't know why they didn't use those. Let me just try 730. Yeah, 730 has no entry, so there's nothing to be forensically examined. We can't do this because we don't have puzzle pieces for this. I tried suggesting that she was 30 and 68. That also doesn't have an entry, I believe. 30 and 68 has no entry. I think we've tried. I think we've tried all these combinations now. So given that we've tried all the puzzle piece combinations that we can see, Jamie says, the instructions did say for black puzzle piece number, we might have to make up our own numbers. Let's look at that rule again. It says, sometimes the puzzle may require you to find your own two-digit numbers to combine. So that's what we've got here. It's telling us we have to guess what these four digits are, and then we can combine them to open it. The question for us here is, are we supposed to figure them out by looking carefully at this lock? Do you think it's what's on the other side of it? Like, is it symmetric so that we've got like this thing is wrong, and then this thing 35, 38 is wrong, but the next circle over is right? So could it be 46, 49? No, it can't, because that's not in our book. Boy, that's weird. Could you even go one step further? 46, 49, and then 57, 60? Could that be right? In other words, are we looking at this set, and then there's another set that's on this corner edge, and then another set on the corner edge, and then another set that lines up with a line? So this would be, that would really seem crazy, but then our first digit would be a 5, 7, 5, 0. Is that right? 3, 4, 5, 7, 5, 0. Is that even possible? No. There's no 5, 0. All right. Or is this completely the game being silly and this number means nothing? Boy, that's a weird decision. That's a very weird decision from the authors of this game. Like, if we're not supposed to make sense of these numbers, why make them so readable? How strange. And it's very strange that we can't talk to the husband, I feel. I wonder if that's an oversight of the game. Hmm. So the other thing that we could be missing is there could be some. She hasn't written down the code anywhere, has she? Tony Granite says, is it backwards? This is pretty bizarre. 7242. How could it? I mean, 42 doesn't exist on this chart, so it can't be that, and it shouldn't be that. Um, hmm. All right, well, let's. That's a good question in the chat. Were there any dates or years mentioned? That's a great idea. That's a great question. Hollywood's leading lady, Ruby Bloom, found dead at her latest movie, Deadly Caress. Deadly Caress, and her name is Ruby Bloom. So you could imagine Ruby Bloom, RB. You could imagine that she's used the first digit, like B could be O2, and R could be wherever R is in the alphabet. That's an interesting idea. Or you could even do Deadly Caress. But what if she's using R as the first digit, first two digits, and O2 as our second digits? KLMNOPQR. That would be an 18. Could it be 1802 for RB? It's an interesting idea. So that would be based on the idea that this is totally irrelevant. Could it be Ruby Bloom 1802? Is that the right number for R? I just did J is 10, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1802, no entry. I thought for sure that was going to be it. And 18 is the poison. Wow, that's unfortunate. That's too bad. Well, Deadly Caress would be what? 0403, which also doesn't exist. Okay. All right, guys. I mean, even if that did work, that would make this a horrible decision on the part of the designers. But all right, let's not let's not start right off hating this. Let's try to be happy that it's not simple. And we're playing the meta game here. We're going to solve this game even if it's broken. Which, it's too premature to assume things are broken. Okay, I did have one observation. I was thinking maybe we should have the husband out and we could ask him about the key to the lock, but there's no puzzle number here, so there's no way to ask someone about this. Normally, when you combine cards, you combine two puzzle numbers, like we combine 18 and 7 and see what happens. But occasionally, we get something where we have to use our deduction to figure out what numbers are here. So this seems to suggest we have to use our deduction to figure out what numbers would be here. And the fact that we can read off digits here seems to suggest that these digits are important. But I'll be damned if I can make sense out of that. All right, well, we got to take a break. Let's get up, stretch, get some tea, clear your mind, see if something comes to you. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back, and we are in a strange situation. As the chat says, it is strange to have hit a snag so early in the game. It's not the first time this kind of thing has happened to us. But I wonder if we shouldn't check for whether we've made a mistake somewhere. So let's think about the possibilities. The best answer would be if the best solution that would make sense game wise, that would be the most satisfying, is if somehow she's written the code somewhere on the scene. Like there's a little tiny little thing here that doesn't seem like it should be relevant for us. Bottle. I tried using her name. Let's make sure we didn't misread some instruction stuff. Start the game, draw scene 1, 0, 4, 21, and 62. Okay, that's what I drew. We were at some point told to get rid of the locked trailer. Where were we told that? With this card, when we concluded she was alone, it told me to throw away 53. Glenn C says we should try things with the initial perfume card because we're not sure we were supposed to throw that away. Although to me, it sure seems logical that we would. But you're right. Let's see. So the way we got this card is by analyzing forensically the perfume bottle. But you could theoretically combine the regular perfume bottle with 68. We can try that. 41, 68. 41, 68 gives us 612. This shouldn't be important for us, but let's just look it up. It says draw card 70. Well, that is a new card. Why on earth would that be? Well, that was a good idea. So let's just recap what's happened here. We analyzed the fragrance with the forensics and we got this card. It told us to get rid of card 21, our forensic kit, which seemed surely premature. So instead I said, let's assume we probably, it's a typo, probably should have given us get rid of this card. So we haven't been doing much with it. But then Glenn says, let's try not getting rid of this and interacting this with this. We've already interacted this with this, confirmed she's been sprayed. Now I interacted this with this, and it told me to get this card, which just says, the smell on the victim's neck is the same as the perfume. Okay. I don't know why we couldn't get that from combining these two. 18 and 68 didn't have an entry. All right, so when we tried to combine these two, we got nothing. But when we combined these two, we got this card, which is an observation that it's the same as the perfume in the bottle, which seemed obvious, but okay. We do have another observation. Now, before we tried to combine this with this to prove she must have sprayed herself, but maybe we can combine these two now? $30 and $79 has no entry, so there's not that. Should we do these two now to confirm that that's how she died? 18 and this new card 79, now that we've confirmed that's what's on her neck. 18 and 79 is 196. I guess this is going to be it. This is going to confirm how she died. 18 and 79, 196. I guess this is our gonna 196. Draw card 69. Conclusion, yeah, okay. All right. All right, I think we're starting to get a little bit into the swing of this. And throw out card 32, thank you. So we upgraded this to concluding that she was killed with the perfume in the bottle, and now we have, can I get this to work? Or did I need more time to do this? Okay, so now we got the cause of her death. All right, so we had to sort of do it mechanically. I mean, it was clear to us what happened, but we had to, it was a little awkward there, but all right. 5, 45, and 70 get thrown away. 5, now we're getting rid of 5. And 70 was this. Okay, so we're getting rid of these cards because we have now concluded that she's been killed from the poison. Okay, so Glenn saved us by telling us to use the original perfume, which I object to, but it absolutely was right. Okay, now it wants us to draw a new card. Ruby Bloom sprayed herself with perfume, which had been laced with a lethal dose of cyanide. Okay, well, that's this whole conclusion stuff is a totally new thing, but it makes some sense. Like, it's forcing us to combine observations to reach conclusions. It's an interesting thing to wrap your head around. We're used to making our own conclusions. Here we have to sort of mechanically assert them. All right, let's see what this new card is. It's a story card. With the possible cause of death confirmed, you leave Ruby Bloom's trailer and head to the movie set. You see Chuck, the director of Deadly Caress, frantically making calls and trying to save the production. Ruby's husband, Spencer, stands quietly in a corner. I guess we're going to be able to talk to them, but now we're leaving the scene with our locked drawer, which I don't love. But maybe we will be able to have someone else shed us some light on the locked combination. According to the rules, we shouldn't have our forensic kit anymore. A little weird. And I'll put it off to the side. All right, now it wants us to get scene 2 out of the box. All right, looks like we're going to be able to talk to some suspects now, at least. Story card goes where on the board? It just goes away. All right, what have we got? Some funny looking people here. A whole bunch of new cards to get. So our Bloom is 27. I'll just get all the cards first. All right, well, we made it. We made it. We made it. We made it past the hiccup, but we aren't into the locked box, and it is a little weird that we're being told to get rid of it. 73, 75, 59, 22, 49. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. 6 cards. Okay. And then it also wants me to throw out card 13. That was the story card. Fine. All right, anything else of import we want to notice here before we continue? I guess we kind of need to know where each of these things were found. Let's go through our cards here. 27 is our Bloom. Ruby Bloom script. Okay, well, there we go. There's number. So that seems like it was just a very poor decision about art to put numbers on that lock, since it looks like she's just written down the numbers to the lock right here. All right, so it looks like she doesn't like some parts of the script. The script for Deadly Caress marked as belonging to Ruby Bloom. It's covered in Ruby's annotations and corrections. Her notes lambast the original script as drivel, written by a toddler. So I'm not saying this. No. And then she's written her code 9212. All right, let's just see if we can make out any of this text. No. Oh, not really. Doesn't look like we're supposed to read it, but I have gotten burned on that before. Let me get out my glasses and actually see. No, I can't. All right, so this does have a puzzle code of its own, but it also seems to be telling us what the code for the lock is, meaning this number here, 2427. I don't know why it's not there. 24 was totally bad, just a bad clip art set of numbers. Probably this is our code right here for our lock. But we'll put that aside for now. Let's not try to solve that. Let's do one thing. Let's look at our cards first. So Ruby script we have. And then on the ground, there's a piece of paper here. Let's see what that is. An anonymous note. You have a key to Felicity's trailer, right? I need her bottle of karma. I'll pay you. No questions asked. And it says draw card 14. Okay. Do we know whose handwriting that is? Card 14 is a conclusion. Someone who didn't have access to Felicity's trailer wanted the bottle of karma. Okay, that's a conclusion. 22, this guy here is Chuck DeMayer. He's a suspect. He's the director. The director of Deadly Caress. Chuck DeMayer has a reputation for aggressive outbursts on set, and his volatile working relationship with Ruby Bloom is the worst kept secret in Hollywood. Look, kid, Ruby was difficult, sure, but I didn't kill her. Aggressive? Me? Never. Just you try and prove that. You got nothing. Now, stay out of my way. I got a movie to save. All right, there's our first suspect, Chuck DeMayer, who we can now put on the table and start him out with some pretty high suspicion, I guess. Okay, this does not work. It's okay. We don't need it to. We'll just put him out at the top of our list. And he's got a puzzle piece, so we could ask him about things now. All right, this case is opening up, finally. All right, this looks like it's going to be the boyfriend. Husband? Oh, no, 49 is damage on the wall. One of the set walls has been damaged due to some sort of impact. Looks like someone punched it or got their head shoved into it. Interesting. 59 is going to be the husband. Spencer Lowe, another suspect, the husband. When working as a waiter, Spencer Lowe met Ruby Bloom. In an encounter she described as love at first sight. Spencer is now in talks to start his own acting career, though industry insiders have described his first audition as painful. I'm too upset right now. I'm sorry, my precious Ruby. All right, let's get him out. Now, he's pretty high on our suspicion track because he would be able to get into her locked trailer, whereas we don't know who else would. All right, let's put him out. Our last card is this little movie reel. Movie projector. A movie projector. Chuck must use this to play back raw footage from earlier takes. There's no movie reel inside. So if we found a movie reel, maybe we could play it on the projector and see what we get. Now, I do see a film camera here. It looks like it's got some white square. What is that about? Maybe that's just the way it's drawn. All right, if there's anything hidden here, I don't see it, but we can come back to that. So we have lots of stuff now, including a locked drawer. Some suspects, all with... Did it have a place for us to put suspects? Not really. I guess we'll just keep these on the table. All right. At least now things have opened up for us. So let's try to open up the locked drawer using this code 9212. 9212 is 247. 247 is draw cards 8 and 42. That is a weird thing. Like, even if you had no idea that this was related to this, you might just draw those two cards, but okay. So we've opened up her cabinet and found a diary entry. April 24th. I can't believe Jane. I gave her a simple task, get me a bottle of Karma. What did I care that it's impossible to get? Felicity managed to get one just fine. If Jane was any sort of assistant, she'd be able to find a bottle. She has until 2:30 today or she's fired. Ruby Bloom's diary. Last entry is from April 24th, day of her death. All right, and it says get rid of card 31 and 37. 31 and 37. Oh, draw cards 31 and 37. I guess we're gonna meet this assistant, Jane. 31, 37. Okay, well, at least the case is opened wide up after that little hiccup. Okay, so 31. I mean, we haven't even, I guess before I do that, it does say to get rid of card 17. So we're getting rid of the locked drawer. We've got the diary now we could ask people about. But this was also found in the cabinet, a prenup. Prenuptial agreement between Ruby Bloom and Spencer Lowe, dated 27 May 1952. Ruby Bloom's personal fortune is estimated to be $3 million, whereas Mr. Lowe had almost no assets to his name before the marriage. According to a clause in the agreement, any infidelities committed by Mr. Lowe will result in a $100,000 penalty and forfeiture of the entire estate back to Ruby Bloom. So prenup covers what happens if you get divorced. So if Ruby Bloom caught her husband cheating on her, he's going to lose everything. So that would be a very strong motive to kill her. So let's go and put him, that's the oldest, not the oldest story in the book, but right up there. So this is our top suspect. Could he be having an affair with Jane or Felicity? We don't know, but that's pretty big. All right, now, when we read her diary, we got access to these two cards. It's a conclusion. April 22nd, I feel under so much pressure. DeMeyer's a pig, and this new Felicity Darling character needs to rein in her attitude. Thank goodness I have Spencer. He's the most supportive man I've ever known. It's an entry from Ruby Bloom's diary. Her relationship with Spencer appears to have been strong. Okay, but that's April 22nd. 2 days later, she's dead. So 2 days ago, she felt good about her husband. And then we've now reached sunset of day one. The sun sets on a fraught day at the movie studio. Hollywood leading lady Ruby Bloom poisoned. You pick up an evening newspaper on your way home. Information about the suspected cyanide poisoning is somehow already leaked to the press. Discussion. Who would have wanted her dead? Where did the deadly perfume bottle come from? When you're ready to proceed, draw 57. So this is the only part that's telling us why it wants you to play with more than one player. It just wants you to have a healthy discussion, which we can have right here. We only have, well, I guess we have 3 suspects. Only 2 actually showed up on scene, the director and the husband. We have a good motive for the husband if he's cheating. And if Ruby discovered he's cheating, he's got his prenup that he would want to kill her. But we can see Ruby does not like her co-star, Felicity. And she's fighting with the director. But why would the director kill her? That's going to set his whole movie back. So surely that's not a very good motive for him. Where did the deadly perfume bottle come from? Well, that we had a little hint about from her diary saying, hey, Felicity got a bottle of Karma, and she told Jane, get me a bottle or you're fired. So maybe Jane stole it from Felicity. In fact, it could even be, let's consider, it could even be someone was trying to kill Felicity. Poison Felicity's perfume, and then Jane steals it and gives it to our girl, Ruby Bloom, and she gets killed by accident. All right. So it's telling us day one is ended and giving us a little event here at the end of the day. There's lots of stuff we haven't done yet that we want to do, but I guess we should be drawing this card right now anyway. A little strange to be drawing this. Let's see what it says. It's the story. Another day, another angle to your investigation. You try the back offices of the studio looking for more clues. Draw scene 3. 25 and 64. I feel like we should study what we've got so far first, though. So I'm going to take out these 2 cards, 25 and 64. I'm not going to have us look at them yet. Let's put these aside for a second. Guess we're done with the forensic kit. We're going to assume that's not a typo telling us to get rid of it. But I'm not going to look at the 3rd scene yet. Let's take a look at what we've got, the new stuff, and see what we can do with it. So these are our conclusions. You never interact with the conclusions, so they can just go in a pile, I guess. And 545, okay. So, but we can now start asking our suspects about things, which is pretty cool. We could ask them about this damaged movie set. In fact, let me start there. So we've got our 2 suspects. Maybe I'll put them here. I'm curious to start asking them about things. I can ask the director about the script and the hole in the wall. So I'm going to ask first about this hole in the wall. 6066. 60 66 835. All right, I'm asking him about the damage to the script. He says, damage to my set, nothing to do with me. I'm calm. Okay, this guy says, I don't know anything about this damage. I'm a calm guy. I wouldn't have done it. All right, let's push him and ask him about this script disagreement with Ruby. 56, 66. 56, 66 plus 100. Let's see what he says about that. What? I don't know anything about that. Leave me to my calls, kid. All right, this guy doesn't like talking to us. We could ask him about the movie projector. Maybe he'll give us the missing film. Let's just try that. 2366. 2366 is 156. Probably just gonna say, get out of here, kid. Leave that alone. That's expensive equipment, kid. Just stay away from me, okay? All right. This guy doesn't want to talk to us. All right, let's ask the husband about the prenup. 3586. Let's see what he has to say about that. 3586 is 973. Our prenup, that's private. I don't give a damn about the cause. I love my wife and we were happy. All right, so he claims has nothing to do with him. These two feel like we're going to be asking Jane when we meet Jane. Let's see if Spencer knows anything about this punched hole in the wall, though. 6086. 921. I can't help you. Please leave me to grieve. All right, he doesn't want to talk to us about it. I mean, he discovered the body. Can we ask him about the trailer? Whether he saw anything while he was going in there? 3086. Seems unlikely, but let me just see. 3086 is 312. That's right. I unlocked the trailer, found Ruby. She was dead. It was a little past 2:30, I think. I hadn't been inside the trailer earlier in the day. I hadn't been inside the trailer. All right, well, that's a little piece of information for us. 2:30 p.m. Spencer finds body. And this was on April 24. All right, that could be relevant for us. Did we draw card 14 from this? I don't see it on the table. Maybe it was a conclusion card. Yes, we did. Okay. I'm going to put this forensic kit over here in case we need it. Okay. We asked the director about the script, but we didn't ask the husband what he knows about the script disagreements, which seems like he might know if he and Ruby are close. So let me ask him about the script. 5686. 930. Yeah, that's my precious Ruby's handwriting, all right. She was so clever, rewriting the script herself. Vincent didn't like that so much. Okay, so he's confirmed that this is her handwriting here. That's important. That could be important for us. So she looks like she writes in all caps. And then this is probably also her handwriting. Although it looks different. Does it look different? Not sure, really. Maybe more likely it's Jane's handwriting. I suspect that's going to be Jane's handwriting showing. Let's see. Can we ask the husband about this note and see if he says it's not Jane's handwriting? That would be interesting. 8663. Let me see if we can actually do that. 63, 86, 921. I can't help you. Leave me alone. All right, take it easy. All right, seems like we've asked them about most of the things we could ask them about. We didn't ask about the Jane stuff. We could try to combine these two items to give us proof that Jane, it doesn't feel like those are combinable. I think that's it. I think it's time to do the next, advance the story for scene 3. So we're getting out scene 3 of 5. Aha. We got Felicity and Jane. All right, it says get rid of card 48. We no longer need what? That's just going to be this. I would have thought that would be the story card. Where is card 48? That's odd. 48 is still in the deck. The rules do say that that could occasionally happen, but I don't love it that it has happened. Drawing out a card we've never read. Why would that be? Right, let me take the rest of these cards. 33, 55, 43, and 65. And then it wants me, we've still got 2 cards from this start of the day, 25 and 64, in addition to scene 3 cards. Now we should be looking to see if her bottle of karma is missing. It looks like it probably is. I don't see that matching spray here. But this one troubles me. Why is it telling us to get rid of that? Should we look at it? It's a story card. All right, well, I'm just going to throw it away without reading it. It troubles me that we've missed part of the story somehow. that we would have had to encounter before this day. Well, there's a good lesson to us that we should take our time finishing up with one day before we move to the next, because we missed part of the story. Perhaps because we didn't ask the husband or the director about this card 15, do you think? 1586. Let's see. 1586 was 921. I think I did check that. If we had asked him about it, we would be reading 100. He doesn't normally like to talk to us. He says, what? I don't know anything about that. Leave me to my calls, kid. All right, so I don't know what would have gotten us the story we're missing. What is this sign up here? Shoot timetable. Well, I guess we should start with these two cards, 25 and 64, starting our new day. Coroner's findings came in. Coroner's presented you with his initial findings. He believes Ruby Bloom died between 1400 and 1430, Friday, April 24th, and has confirmed the cause of death was cyanide. Karma, this perfume only launched last week. A mere handful among the rich and famous have managed to get hold of a bottle. Okay, two conclusions that we don't need any more interaction with. Let's see if we can confirm our identities of Jane and Felicity. So this should be Jane here. Daisy Jean, makeup artist. Daisy doesn't stop working on Felicity Darling's complexion as you enter the trailer, though her eyes do nervously flit to meet yours several times. She looks stressed. Hello? Are you talking to me? I can't stop my work. Filming hasn't stopped. I have to get Miss Darling ready for her new scene this afternoon. So this is different than Jane. This is the makeup artist, Daisy Jean. Do we have a card for her? Yes, we do. There she is right there. All right, so far, she's not really, she's not fully innocent because she's all nervous. I'll move her up there. All right, so she comes out on our suspect list. And then here we have Felicity. Felicity Darling, up-and-coming actress. Deadly Caress is Felicity Darling's first role in a motion picture, and it's a big one. The ambitious actress is a total unknown, supposedly hired after the casting director was put under considerable pressure from Vincent Norris. Detective, a pleasure. I'm rather busy, so make it brief, if you please. Stardom awaits. What? God damn it. Okay, somehow I skipped ahead, so a whole bunch of stuff has to be undone. All right. I don't know what I grabbed scene 4 by mistake. Thank you for catching that. So 48 doesn't get thrown away. Here is scene 3. All right, that's okay. We barely got into it. I've made worse mistakes. All right, so let's undo that. Scene 4, which are these cards: 40, 55, 33, 3, 65. Okay. So That's okay. We didn't look at most of them. Scene 3. All right, just rewind. Rewind it. We're here now. 37 and 57, the two story cards from day one got thrown out. Okay, fine. 3 cards come out. 11. Thank you for catching that. 10 and 71. It looks like the reel of film is on this desk. Okay, these cards came out, and the card that got us on here was 25 and 64. So these 2 cards were still appropriate. We were supposed to draw these cards for today. So we just read 1 card that was inappropriate. All right, let's see. Where's our scene? Thank you for catching that. All right, 71. This guy here is Vincent Norris, the screenwriter, a neurotic and fastidious screenwriter. He considers his work high art and is known to throw tantrums at the slightest alterations in his scripts. Ruby? She was the sweetest thing. It's just terrible she's gone. I'm having to do substantial script rewrites as a result. Please give me some peace in which to work. All right, so he freaks out. She wants his script changed. He probably got angry. He's probably the one that punched that wall. All right, and here's the film canister, or film reel. A movie reel labeled April 24, 1953, the day she was killed. Deadly Caress, scene 12, raw footage. A production assistant advises you that it's only just been developed. And lastly, Jane, the assistant to Ruby Boom. The only things you know about Jane are what you've heard from gossip around the set. She's a hardworking assistant, and Ruby is not an easy person to please. I can't believe this is happening. How can Ruby be gone? Please let me know if I can help, Detective. All right, so we haven't met her technically, but now we've met Jane. And we've met Vincent, the screenwriter. Okay, now let's deal with these people. We've got 2 new suspects. And we've got the movie reel. And there's our conclusions. All right, well, I got a couple things I'm curious about. I want to ask this guy before he leaves if he's the one who did this damage to the set. 6077. Let's start there. 6077 is $3.99. That's nothing to do with me. Stop interrupting my creative process. Okay, so he denies that he punched this wall. All right, next up is using the movie projector with the movie reel. Let's find out. Let's see if we can watch what happened on the day she was killed. 2352. 2352 is 463. Draw card 46. Raw footage. The movie reel is exactly as labeled, raw footage of deadly caress. Then towards the end of the footage, there's a commotion. Ruby in character. How can you say that? Jane, you found some karma. Cut. You've got to be fucking kidding. Hush, Chuck. I'll be back in 5. Everyone, I just have to try out my new karma. You see Ruby leave the set in the direction of her trailer. The footage is a little out of focus, but in the background, Chuck appears to punch the set while uttering multiple obscenities, all directed at Ruby. This is the director, Chuck DeMayer. Assistant director, it's 2:15 p.m. Let's all take a break and report back to set in 15 minutes. Okay, so Jane has brought her the perfume. She's gone to put it on. 15 minutes later, she's dead. So it seems like it's poisoned by now. So we can get rid of these 2 cards. All right, the case is broken wide open. Those are gotten rid of. We got new cards out. So did Jane poison it, or was someone trying to kill Felicity? And now she got it. 67, 74, and 29. All right, the plot has thickened. Jane has brought her the karma. She's gone to put it on, and she's dead 15 minutes later. Okay, that's a new conclusion. I'm very curious to talk to Jane now, but let's see what these new cards we got are. It's an observation that karma came from Jane. Ruby was presented with a bottle of karma by Jane. Ruby interrupted the take, made a big deal about the perfume in front of the casting crew, and carried it straight to her trailer. The time was 14:15, just 22 minutes before she was found dead. Jamie points out, okay, so the director wouldn't have the chance to kill her if Ruby was the target, yeah. I agree with all that. All right, next up, another conclusion. The perfume bottle in the footage is identical to the one found in Ruby's trailer. Based on the rarity of the perfume, it must be the same bottle. That's a conclusion. And then the punch on the wall. Chuck appeared to punch the set when Ruby ruined a take. All right, so we've got him saying it had nothing to do with them, but really it did. That's another observation of conclusion. So shall we do the thing that we learned this game wants? Like does it want us to combine these to reach a conclusion? 60 and 75 about the punch. I'm not sure what conclusion needs to be made, but let's see if it wants us to officially 60 and 75. 927. Draw card 38. Let's see, this is going to be some conclusion about this. I'm not sure why it's so relevant to us. Oh, it's not a conclusion. It's just another observation. This was no gentle tap from Chuck. He was so angry with Ruby, he punched a hole through the set. So, but it is like a conclusion. It's essentially a conclusion. But these 2 cards combine, 49 and 74, to give us this new card. I don't see how that's really relevant. Except if he's tried to poison Felicity and now he realizes Ruby's gonna die. Or we could quiz him about this now that we know it's him. Can we say, hey, we just saw you punch that wall. You said you didn't do it. Let's see if we can. 6672. 6672 is 581. All right, we're asking him about it. Let's see what he says. Draw card 2. Okay, I might have an anger problem. Fine. This job will bring it out in you. You got me. I damaged the set. Big whoop. Look, I'm gonna kill the leading lady in my. I'm not gonna kill the leading lady in my own movie. Forget what I said. I said I would, but I won't. If I was gonna do that, poison wouldn't be my style. Come on now. Let me make my calls. All right, so we don't need this observation anymore. We now have a conclusion. It says conclusion, but I guess it's, I don't know what you'd call it. But he does say to go get this. He said, this is not how I would kill her. And it's triggering day 2. The rumors of Chuck's aggression were true. But does he restrict his violence to the set? Would he really have wanted his leading lady dead over set disruptions? What about the bottle of karma? How convenient that Jane found one just in time. Who's your prime suspect so far? When you're ready to proceed, draw 48. Okay, so that's how we get into the next day. But we're not really ready to move on, because we have stuff we want to ask Jane about. All right, there's Jane. She's my number 1 suspect. Let me bring her up here. Although, she's not really a good suspect, is she? Because in public, while they're filming, in front of a camera, she's handed the bottle of karma over to her person, over to Ruby. So clearly, if she had poisoned it, she would not be doing that. She would not be like, here's the poison stuff that I'm going to give right to you for you to get killed with. Then I would be number 1 suspect. So actually, she's down at the very bottom for me. I still have my theory. Someone's trying to kill Felicity by accident, killed Ruby. All right, but let's ask Jane about this perfume that she got, and let's see what she says. All right, so Jane, what do you say about, what can you tell us about this perfume? 282 is 223. Card 47. Okay, fine. Yes, I found a bottle of karma. I can't say where from. It wasn't exactly above board. I don't want to jeopardize my future or anyone else's. I paid someone to get it for me. That's all I'll say. Jane's protecting someone. Perhaps she had help in obtaining the perfume. Discard 7 if drawn, but it's not drawn. So we don't discard it. She got help from someone. Let's see what card 50 is. Jane's confession. Conclusion. Jane did find a bottle of karma. Jane gave it to Ruby on the set just minutes before she was due to be fired and just minutes before Ruby's death. Okay, in the chat, Jamie said, well, maybe she didn't realize they were filming, and once she saw it, she couldn't. Yeah, but they're in front of everyone. I think it seems like Ruby saw her walking by with it, but that just means she's holding it, obviously not concealing it. So I just don't buy that you would poison it that way. Should we ask Jane about the note? Yes, let's definitely ask Jane about the note that I think she wrote. Seems like she wrote this note. She got it from someone, so someone is helping her. Someone helped her get into the trailer. So let's ask Jane if she wrote this note. 2563. 2563 is 500. This could crack the case wide open. Draw card 60. Yes, I wrote the note, but please, I can't tell you who for. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Jane wrote the note asking for Felicity's bottle of karma to someone who had a key to Felicity's trailer. All right, and then it said get rid of card 47, so we don't need this anymore. Because now we've got her confession. That she did get it, but she hasn't said who she got it from. Someone who had a key. All right, well, who would have a key? Jane might know a little bit about the prenup. We could ask her what she knows about it. Who would have a key? The makeup woman that we haven't met yet might have a key. You could ask them about each other too. Let's try that. Let's see what happens if you ask these two about each other. Like, you can't say ask, you can't tell it who you want to ask about what. 2 and 86. You can't do it. Doesn't have an entry. Okay. Let's ask Jane what she knows about the prenup. 2 and 35 is 450. I'm sorry, detective. I'd like to help, but I don't know anything about that. Let's confront her with the fact that the karma came from her. That seems we've already done that. But 282 is 223. Did we already do this? 223. Draw card 47. Maybe we already did this. Yeah, we must have already done that. One sheet. Yeah. We asked her about the prenup. We haven't asked her about being fired from the diary. I gave her a simple task. I mean, I suppose we could just try to grill her a little bit, see if we can get her to snap. 215, 669. Draw card 7. Did get her to snap. Karma, I tried to get it. I couldn't find it anywhere. Come now, detective. Ruby would never have fired me over something so trivial. Can you imagine? Jane claimed she could not get hold of a bottle of karma for Ruby and that the threat of being fired for it was not sincere. So it told us to get rid of this if we had already drawn it. So I think it doesn't really expect us. Like, this one is overridden by, so I don't think we need this one anymore. And I believe we've already thrown away. Oh no, now it wants us to throw away this. All right, we definitely don't need this diary anymore. This was a weird card. It told us to throw away this card. Here's the instructions. You tell me what you think. This one says throw away 7 if drawn. But then we hadn't drawn 7, but now we've got 7. So it feels like we don't need this card anymore. 42. I really don't see how we need it. Because we could have lost it. We should have lost it if we had done this. I'm going to throw that card away. Do you think we should combine these cards to conclude that she was killed with this bottle of karma because she was alone? Let's try that. 3082. Let's see if we can get a conclusion from that. 3082, 956. Draw card 18 and card 1 if not already drawn. All right, we already have 1 out. We didn't have 18 out. Yes, okay. Conclusion. The perfume was poisoned before Ruby took it into her trailer. All right, we're getting the hang of this, combining observations to make conclusions. It's kind of clever. 29 and 62 now go get thrown away. We don't need these observations now that we've concluded what we suspected. That perfume was poisoned before right when she got it from Jane. I don't think Jane would have poisoned it. But I think it might have been already poisoned in Felicity. So either someone poisoned it before they gave it to Jane to kill Ruby, or someone intended to kill Felicity and Jane got poisoned instead. Jamie said, did a quick refresh if there was buffering. I can see we missed a couple of frames. Should have been no more than a second, but you can hit reload well, you might as well hit reload if you're watching this just to make sure you're up to the current live stream. It's time for us to take a break anyway. We come back. I think we're close to wrapping this up. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right. I think we're ready to move on to the next day. Have we already tried to ask the scriptwriter about the marked up script? I can't remember. Let me just do that if we haven't, because it seems like that might be a good thing to get him to rattle him a little bit. 5677. I'm not sure if we did that already. 5677. It's 411. Draw card 24. Oh, so we haven't done this yet. All right, so I'm confronting him that Ruby thought his script was drivel. I might not have liked Ruby and her abhorrent treatment of my work, but if this movie isn't a success, I don't get hired again. I'm the last person who'd want to kill the biggest leading lady in Hollywood. I certainly wouldn't dream of poisoning her, as you say. Vincent appears not to have a motive to commit murder. Well, he goes a little bit lower down on our thing, but now we've got a new card, an 88. No motive. And it wants us to draw 52. Interesting. What's 52, I wonder? Thin-skinned Vincent Norris resented Ruby's changes to his script. Okay. So we keep the Vincent Norris suspect card. We now conclude that he's thin-skinned, and we don't need her script anymore. All right. Anything else we want to... I don't think the prenup... I don't think we could ask someone about Vincent, but it doesn't seem like we need to do anything more. Let's move on to our next day. All right, here we go. Another day ends, perhaps with more questions than answers. The rumors of Chuck's aggression were true, but does he restrict his violence to the set? Would he really have wanted his leading lady dead over set disruptions? And what about the bottle of karma? How convenient Jane found one just in time. Who's your prime suspect so far? When you're ready to proceed, draw 48. All right, my prime suspect is still the husband. But I don't really believe it. Okay, so that story is going to go away, and now we need 48. Rumors persist around the set of a rivalry between Ruby and actress Felicity Darling, who's making her debut screen appearance in Deadly Caress. You head to Felicity's trailer to ask some questions. Inside, you find Felicity busy having her makeup applied by a makeup artist, Daisy. Okay, now scene 4, which I mistakenly drew earlier. And this tells us to get rid of card 72, which was the previous story. Okay, fine. All right, so now we're back where we were before with 33, 3, 55, 40, and 65. All right, so there they are. Now let's meet them again. Here's our makeup artist, Daisy. Daisy doesn't stop working on Felicity Darling's complexion as you enter the trailer, though her eyes do nervously flit to meet yours several times. She looks stressed. Hello? Are you talking to me? I can't stop my work. Filming hasn't stopped. I have to get Miss Darling ready for her new scene this afternoon. And then here's Felicity. The up-and-coming actress Deadly Caress is Felicity Darling's first role in a motion picture, and it's a big one. The ambitious actress is a total unknown, supposedly hired after the casting director was put under considerable pressure from Vincent Norris, screenwriter. Detective of pleasure. I'm rather busy, so make it brief, if you please. Stardom awaits. So would she have tried to kill Ruby? That seems risky, to kill the leading lady in a movie. You could ruin the whole movie and get yourself fired. But we've got 2 new suspects here to ask about, and we're definitely going to suspect that the makeup artist, Daisy, might have been the one with keys into the room. Let's see what else we got, though. Let's look at this shooting schedule on the wall. 7 a.m. hair, makeup, and wardrobe for scene 11. 8:30 director screenwriter meeting. 9 a.m. wrap up filming for scene 11. This is the day she was killed, by the way. 11 is hair, makeup, and wardrobe. Scene lighting to change to nighttime. 1300 break for lunch. 1400 scene 12, Felicity's first scene. Felicity to be on set at 13:45 sharp. So basically, our girl here, Felicity, was on scene well before Jane got the karma. So it's not like this, it's not like Felicity gave the karma to Jane. Well, we don't know when Jane got her hands on it, but Jane was seen on the set with it by 2 p.m. And that's when Ruby got it and ran back to her room. So it sounds like Felicity was already off, probably gone by then, filming. So that seems to suggest that it's not Felicity, but let's keep going. Let's look at her perfume area. Felicity Darling has a large collection of perfumes. There's a gap. A bottle could be missing, but you need some way to confirm this. Yeah, we'll talk to Felicity. We'll ask her if she's missing it. Another locked diary. You borrow Felicity's diary while she's preoccupied with having her makeup applied. It's sealed with a combination lock. That's weird. So it's the same clip art that we know now we should ignore. We ignore this. But why are we being shown the cylinders in impossible configurations? That's kind of weird. Why is it doing that for us? We don't know. All right, let's not worry about it yet. So this is suggesting, even though it's a conclusion, that we need to confirm that it was her bottle. So let's see if we can ask Felicity about the bottle of perfume, but we don't have access to the bottles anymore. They've all been thrown away. Can we ask Felicity about her diary? No, it has no number for us. Okay, let's put this aside then. Let's ask this very suspicious makeup woman if this was a note written to her. 3763. 3763 is 702. What? Why are you showing this to me? I've never seen that note before in my life. Now, please, I have to get Miss Darling ready for her scene. All right, she denies that she's seen this before, but she seems very suspicious. Let me check in with the chat. Jonathan says, hey, I think the code for her diary have to do with the lights around the scene. That's a very good observation. Let's look at what Jonathan is talking about. He's talking about this. So do you think it's simply a count? So red is 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue is 1, 2, 3. Orange is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although I can't tell if these are meant to be part of this. Green is 1, 2. Seems likely. Just a little odd that we've got like this red light and this red light looks so different. But let's just try it. 1, 2, 3, 4 red. Blue is 3. Orange is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And green is 2, just 1, 2. And then if you had to differentiate between the style of light, you could. So 4362 is not right. We could check the other ones. 4362 is 774. It looks like Jonathan was probably right. 774. So we'll take this back to our room and open it. Draw cards 12, 51, and 63. Good work, Jonathan. 12, 51, and 63. So it looks like we broke into her. Let's see what she writes. Let's see if she wants Ruby out of the way. Oh, look at that. Felicity, I can't believe we've only known each other a few weeks. I'll sneak over tonight once Ruby's asleep and knock 3 times for you to let me in. I wish you had another spare key. Always yours, Spencer. A love letter falls from the unlocked diary. Wow. Okay. So now the husband goes right to the top of the list, right next to Felicity. They're having an affair. I wish you had another spare key. So is he the one who has the key to Felicity's room? No, because he's saying he specifically doesn't have a spare key. But I guess it's saying she does have one spare key that probably the makeup person has. All right, since he doesn't have a spare key, I'll put him a little bit below. All right, 26 comes out. Conclusion. Spencer did not have a key to Felicity's shower. How about the conclusion that they're having an affair? We don't know what date this was either, but okay. They're having an affair. We'll confront them about it in a moment. Let's see what else we've got in her diary. April 24th, day of the murder. This is ridiculous. Ruby just paraded around a bottle of Karma, interrupting my first big scene, and now I find that my bottle's missing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out she's stolen mine. I left my trailer at 1:45. It was only 40 minutes ago, and it was here. I know it. I left Vincent alone. Could he have taken it? Why would he? Now it sounds like there's yet another ruckus by Ruby's trailer. An entry from Felicity Darling's diary. She claims her bottle of karma went missing at some point after 1345. So she's written in her diary, unless she's faking this, she seems very innocent. I'm going to move her down now. Move Vincent up a little bit. It doesn't sound like she's guilty, unless she's faking this. Which would be pretty clever. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How can... Hold on. Ruby paraded around a bottle of karma, interrupting my first big scene. We saw what happened. Ruby grabbed the perfume from her assistant and went right to her trailer and died. So how is this true? Unless we're saying that that scene wasn't with Ruby being filmed. Like, Ruby's in character. How can... Jane, you found some karma. Cut. I'll be back in 5. Ruby leaves the set. It's a little hard to reconcile that description with this description. But maybe this was Felicity's big scene. She's just not talking. I left my chair at 1:45. That was 40 minutes ago. So she's writing right as Ruby is dying. It's just odd, this part about Ruby just paraded around a bottle of karma, since it seems like she didn't do that. But maybe this is what she's calling parading around a bottle of karma. All right, that seems a little odd to me, but I guess the rest of it seems consistent and seems to make Felicity innocent. I left Vincent alone. Could he have taken it? Why would he? She left Vincent alone, then she wouldn't need the key. He wouldn't need the key. It's kind of weird. All right, let's just put it here for now. Let's look at our last piece of evidence. October 28, 1952. So this is several months earlier. I can't believe my luck. Photographs of Vincent Norris, Hollywood screenwriter, with communists. I can use these. That's my theory is going to come true. They were trying to poison, she was trying to poison Felicity. November 13th, Vincent did it. I'm in the new DeMayer picture. Watch out, Hollywood. Here comes Felicity Darling. April 23rd, this is the day before the murder. Vincent is the gift that keeps on giving. Last week he got me a bottle of karma to keep me quiet. I wonder what else I can get out of him. I'm meeting him tomorrow at 1:30. I'll see what else I can win. All right, so it's my theory. It's my theory. She's blackmailing Vincent, and Vincent has tried to kill Felicity by poisoning her perfume. But before she can use it, before Felicity can use the poison perfume and get killed, someone has stolen it and given it to Ruby, and Ruby's ended up dead. The only thing we didn't know is why someone was trying to kill Felicity, and now we can see. She's blackmailing the screenwriter, and the screenwriter is trying to get rid of her. He's the one who poisoned it. It's going to be intending to kill Felicity. Someone has stolen it from Felicity, given it to Jane, who's given it to Ruby, who's gotten killed. And you can see I'm meeting him tomorrow at 1:30. She left him alone in the room. He plants the poison, and then before she gets a chance to use it, it's given to Ruby. Okay, so, but we still got to prove it using the mechanics of this system here. All right, so there's our theory. Now, he's not the one. We still don't know who stole it, but probably it's the makeup artist who actually took it. All right, so I think we have a solid theory. Combine 63 with the card before to get a conclusion. All right, well, you can't just say card before, but do you mean, okay, here's the blackmail. We could certainly combine this card with Vincent and ask him about the blackmail. We could combine these two cards to prove that Vincent must have poisoned it. If that's what you mean. Let's try that first. So she's been blackmailing Vincent, and this is the one that says, I left Vincent alone. Let's try combining these two and see what happens. 39 and 96. 39 and 96 doesn't have an entry. All right, let's try instead confronting Vincent about the blackmail. 88 and 96. 88 and 96 has no entry. Okay, he doesn't want to let himself be confronted. Let's confront Vincent with the fact that he was left alone there. 39 and 88. 39 and 88 has no entry. I've been combining them with this observation. That's not right. Let's combine them with the suspect, Vincent, and the fact that he was left alone. Let's try these two first. 39 and 77. Were you left alone? We want to know. No entry. Okay, how about the fact, were you being blackmailed? 77 and 96. 819. At least he has something to say about that. Let's see if he denies it. Draw card 19. Still a lot of cards in this deck somehow. Keep your voice down. Yes, it's true. Felicity's blackmailing me. She just wants more and more. I just want her to stop. I'm sure she killed Ruby. She won't let anything stand in the way of her career. Despite having landed a role in a Hollywood movie, Felicity was continuing to blackmail Vincent. Interesting. All right, but we know what really happened. We know what really happened. Okay, we've confirmed the blackmail. But how do we use this card? I mean, he obviously doesn't want Ruby dead. What if we confront Ruby with their blackmail? Would she admit it? Not sure what's to be gained from this, but let me just see. 96 and 57. 96 and 57 does have an entry, 278. Draw card 20. I don't care what you found from my possessions. I'm not speaking to you about Vincent. That's my business. You don't like it? Talk to him or my lawyer. Okay. Kind of as suspected. No surprise there. Let's see what the chat has to say. Try combining 96 and 39. So the blackmail and you want to ask, you want to combine these two entries. Did we do that? 39 and 96. 39 and 96 has no entry. Okay, and then you wanted to do 88 and 39. Who's 88? Is that the one we already did? The two observations. Doesn't have a motive. This doesn't seem right. I think we've gotten from him what we're going to get by questioning him directly. Ask Felicity about Vincent being in her room. I asked her about Vincent, so, but I'll ask her again about leaving Vincent in the room. 39 and 57. 851. Draw card 43. All right, so we're asking her about leaving Vincent alone in the room. Let's see what she says. Yes, my bottle of karma went missing on Friday. I was with Vincent, and then I was called to the set. I even used the perfume one last time before departing. I left Vincent in my trailer alone. There are only two keys. I have one, of course. Daisy has the spare. She needs to set up and clear away after I finish for the day. There we go. This seems like the key piece we need. We now know that it wasn't poisoned when it was left there with Vincent. So we think Vincent has now poisoned it. And now Daisy is going to steal it for Jane. Okay, so that feels like it might be the last proof. We already had our theory, but that might be the last proof we need. that Vincent poisoned it and who has the key, which is huge. All right, we've got a new conclusion. She must have been, the karma must have been poisoned after 1345 when Felicity left to go on scene. If this is true and the perfume bottle is the same one, the bottle must have been poisoned after 1345. Yeah, it was poisoned by Vincent, and then he left, and then Daisy came in and brought it. So now let us ask Daisy, let's confront Daisy with the fact that she has the key. 3794. 442. All right, here we go. Yes, I have a spare key to Felicity's trader. Why is that? Sounds like she's trying to say, why is that important? All right, well, we know who's the killer now. It's going to be Vincent, but he didn't purposely try to kill it. He tried to kill Felicity. I have one and Daisy has the spare. Trailer access. So how do we prove our case now? I mean, there's still one more scene. Do we confront Jane with the fact that we know that Daisy has the spare key? Daisy has the spare. Can we confront her about that and get her to admit that she got it from Daisy? 2 and 94. No. Okay. Feels like this might be a case where we want to combine observations. 2 keys. Daisy has the spare. Perhaps she had help getting it. Can we combine these cards to conclude where she got it from? 25 and 94? I don't think so. 25 and 94, no. I just feel like this is what we're basically doing, though. Trying to combine observations to make a conclusion. How about Daisy has a spare with this card? How about if we combine these two to prove that it would have been Daisy that has the spare, that's who's writing this letter? 94 and 63. How about that? 63 and 94. 325. Draw card 30. All right, let's see if we can get this conclusion about Daisy. Daisy was the only other person with the key to Felicity's trailer. The note must have been written for her. Okay, so we have gotten, it's not a conclusion, but it is close to a conclusion. We don't need this note anymore. Now we've gotten a new card that concludes that the note was to her. Can we now sure this is the right thing to combine 37 and 54? 57, 54. 4 is 915. Draw card 9. All right, we're confronting her with the fact that we know it's her now. Yes, the note was for me. Look, Ruby's death has nothing to do with me. I just needed money, so I took Felicity's perfume like I was asked. I can't tell you who by. I'm sorry. Someone paid Daisy to take the perfume from Felicity's trailer. Yeah, we know who paid her. Do we now have to prove it? Someone paid Daisy. It's a conclusion. There's nothing more to do with it. It just goes in our file. All right, so we know she took it. I mean, we already knew that, but now we've proved it. Jane is protecting Summer. Perhaps she had help obtaining the perfume. Can we combine this to somehow prove that she had help obtaining? Can we combine these to prove it? 37 and 25? Seems a little odd. 25 and 37. No. Not even sure what we'd be proving here. We have our theory of the case, which is very sound. It's just a question of how to advance it to the next day to prove it. See if the chat has any theories here. If Vincent gave her the bottle, no. Here, let me explain. Vincent gets left in the room, in Felicity's room. He poisons the perfume and leaves it for Felicity to use. But before Felicity gets back from her scene to use it and get killed, Daisy sneaks in and steals it for Jane. So Vincent has poisoned it, hoping to kill Felicity so she'll stop blackmailing him. But before he gets a chance, Daisy has stolen it for Jane. So Ruby's getting poisoned by accident. The intended death was of Felicity. Vincent has tried to kill Felicity, and Ruby has gotten killed by accident. You want to do 37 and 02. Where is 37? You want to combine these two suspect cards. I don't think that works, but we can try it. I'm fairly certain this doesn't work. 3702. No, that doesn't work. I don't think it wants you to combine two suspect cards. So, but look, so if my theory is right, that Vincent has poisoned the perfume to kill Felicity. Vincent doesn't appear to have a motive to commit murder, but yeah, but does he have a motive to kill Felicity? That's the question. Not sure how to get that. What if can I ask him about his motive to kill her? 57 and 88. 57, 88 doesn't have an entry. makes sense. What if I ask him about being left in the trailer? Did I already check these two? 77 and 94. 77 and 94 is 555. Did we already look that up? Draw card 61. Okay, so he says, I've asked him about this girl who was blackmailing him. Let's see if he's going to confess to have. Let me think. Karma, the one Felicity made such a big deal about having, she definitely didn't use it in her trailer on Friday. I'm 100% sure about that. Either Vincent or Felicity is lying about the perfume. Why would one of them lie? So he's claiming she didn't use it, but we know she. I see. We don't know that she did use it. But in other words, she says, I used it right before I went on set, which told us it wasn't poison yet. Which is what this card is. Felicity says she used the bottle of Karma before heading to the set. If this is true, the perfume bottle is the same one that killed Ruby. The bottle must have been poisoned after 1345. So I claim she is telling the truth. And that means that he's lying, and he's lying because he poisoned it after she used it. Whereas he wants to say that she's lying, she could have poisoned it because she never used it. That doesn't really make sense. So I believe he poisoned it after she left. And then Daisy took it. Now, Daisy hasn't admitted. Yes, Daisy has admitted she's taken it, right? I just need the money, so I took Felicity's perfume like I was asked. I can't tell you by who, but we know by who. By Jane, who's admitted she found it, a bottle of Karma. Jane's protecting someone. Perhaps she had help. We know she's had help. I probably tried this several times. So let me see if she'll come clean about this. 2537. Yeah, I probably tried doing that a bunch of times. That doesn't work. Well, what am I trying to prove at this point? I mean, really, we're just trying to get to the next day. But clearly, there's some other conclusions we're supposed to draw. Felicity's blackmailing me. He doesn't have a motive. How about that? Admitting she's blackmailing, and he says, I don't have a motive to commit murder. Can we combine these two to get our motive to kill Felicity? 44 and 88. 44 and 88 is 735. Draw card 54. This is going to be his motive to kill Felicity. Let me make sure I did that right. 44 and 88. 735. 54, yes. Okay, so when I confronted him about being blackmailed and not having a motive to commit murder, we get a conclusion. According to Felicity's diary, she left Vincent alone in her trailer after trying to blackmail him further. Perhaps the biggest leading lady in Hollywood wasn't the poison's target. This has been my theory all along, of course, and now it seems like it's being confirmed. The game is suggesting exactly that Ruby Bloom was not the target. but that Felicity was. All right, but it still hasn't let us open up the final day of the case. There's not many items left, though. So we've got it all seems clear what's happened. Now, how do we do the final proof? Like, what extra thing have we not proven? Can we confront Vincent about being blackmailed? Did we already try this? It's hard to remember which of these we tried. 77 and 96. I sure feel like we must have tried that. 77 and 96, 819. Draw card 19. Yeah, we already did that. So there's some step of the conclusion. We can ask Spencer about the affair. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if maybe one of these things opens up the next day. 69 and 86. 162. Draw card 6. All right, that was a good idea. Infidelity confirmed. What? Keep your voice down. It's true, Felicity and I are in love. That's our private business. We're hardly the first people to have an affair. All right, well, that didn't help us, though. Just got us one more item, one more observation. I wonder if we're supposed to combine these two to prove that's where the karma came from, 25 and 94. No. This is kind of odd. I don't feel like we need any information to help us solve this, but we need some more ways to get a conclusion in order to advance to the next day. What more conclusion do we need? These two to give him a motive? The fact that he admitted that he's cheated and the prenup? 4 and 35. 350. Draw card 16. I think that might have been it. Cheaters never prosper. Spencer stood to lose everything if Ruby discovered the affair. Okay, so it's saying we don't need these anymore because we've now got the conclusion that he has a motive. Now we take 28, which hopefully is going to advance us to the next day. There we go. All right, we're getting the hang of this game. Another day comes to a close. You've now met all the suspects. Tomorrow you'll charge one of them with murder. Discuss what motives do each of the 6 suspects have? Are they strong enough to kill? Who had the opportunity to poison the perfume? When you're ready to proceed, draw 39. Okay, so that's it. We've just got 5 little pieces of evidence, a whole stack of conclusions, and we do have a theory. I mean, he has a motive, but he doesn't really have the rest. I think it's fairly clear to us, fairly clear to me, who's the killer. We have an unintended victim. The blackmailer was the Felicity was the targeted person, but just got bad luck that the perfume was stolen and given to Ruby before it got a chance to kill Felicity. Anyone disagree with this theory? Want to discuss it before we start our final day? So this is how I have the suspects. Like no one here has a motive. We've got two people with real motives. The husband, who could get kicked out of the prenup, and Vincent, who was trying to kill Felicity and accidentally ended up killing Ruby. All right, everyone's in agreement that it's Vincent. All right, let's move on to our next day. Draw card 39. Let's see what happens here. You've called all the key suspects to the set to make your accusation. It's time to bring the killer to justice. Important. You are now at the conclusion of the case. If you have found everything, there should be only 8 cards left in the deck. You don't need to find everything, but the more evidence you find and the conclusions you make, the better your chance of pinpointing the correct killer. Should be 8 cards in the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all right. 7, 8, 9, and then this one, but I don't know if it includes that one. It's okay. We don't need it. Draw scene 5. All right, here's our final scene. Oh, this is cool. All right, look, here they are. Here's our suspects. It's using the same clip art for every picture of them. Look, every picture of this guy, it's just that one photo. All right, so get rid of cards 28 and 39. What do we no longer need? We don't need this story. Let's make sure we take the cards we need. We need 36. We need 56. Okay, so we've taken those cards. Then we can destroy the story card. 39 is already gone from here, presumably. Yes, okay. These don't tell us to draw cards. They're just the ways that we're going to accuse them. Now, what's card 28 and 39 that we're supposed to get rid of? Oh, those are the last 2 story cards. Okay, that's it. It's time to make our accusation. But first we get to look at these cards. Let's see. These are going to be draw card, draw scene 5, and draw these 2 cards. Okay. So here we have our final scene, and we're told to take these cards that are going to help us. First of all, guess what? Felicity got the lead role. So she benefited from Ruby's death. That sheds a little bit of suspicion on her. The killer is 99. So in other words, this goes to our conclusion. And this is how we're going to accuse someone. And these things, perhaps there's a way to combine these to get one more conclusion. We've already got him to confess. Have we confronted Felicity with the affair? I want to confront her with the love letter we found in her diary. 5769. I want to see if she has anything to say for herself about that. 680. Draw card 35. Sounds like this was the one extra card we had. We hadn't confronted her about this yet. What do you think you're doing? Give me that back. Do you have any idea what would happen to my career if this got out? Felicity's career would have been over before it even begun if Ruby had discovered the affair. Interesting. So more motive for her. But this guy has a better motive. He's got money. All right. So I think that means we've got our 6 suspects. We got our last pieces of observations and diary stuff that we don't really need. It's just down to this, to make our accusation. All right, well, we know what we think. We believe it's Vincent that was trying to kill Felicity, but he poisoned. He was in a room, talked to her. She blackmailed him for the last time. She left her room. He poisoned her perfume, hoping she'd get back from the set and use it and die. But before that happened, this one went into her room with her spare key, took the perfume, gave it to this one, Jane. She got a $20 bill for that. Jane rushed it out to Ruby, who grabbed it, went in and sprayed it and died. So we're ready to accuse Vincent. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will make our accusation and we'll see if we're right. Jamie says, wait a minute, but that's okay. You can make a comment when we come back. I'll make sure we get on the record. If there's any correction, we can solve it then. 8 minutes. All right, so we've got a very fun situation where the channel is having second thoughts. There are only 8 people here with me, but Jamie and Dennis have talked themselves into some doubt. And I'm going to now explain why it can't be that. But let's see. So Jamie says, wait a minute, before you accuse Vincent, think about this. Felicity said she sprayed it once. Vincent said she didn't. So we got an actual card where it made clear there was a conflict in statements. He says she did not use it in her trailer. She's lying about it. I'm 100% sure. She says that, I forget what card it is, but she said she sprayed it the last time and then she ran out there. Felicity said she used the bottle at 13:45 before heading to the set. If this is true, the bottle must have been poisoned after 13:45. Okay, so continuing to the chat. Jamie says, if Vincent gave Felicity the perfume, she used it, and it was safe, why didn't he just poison it to begin with? Why give her the chance to try it before poisoning it? As the giver of the perfume and the last one in the room, he would be suspected either way. Dennis says, good observation. Did we zero in on Vincent too early? Jamie says, I think we may have ruled her out too early. She had a motive, but Felicity know that Jane was going to steal the bottle. Okay. So I think Dennis points out one issue, but there's a bigger, that combines with this. You've got a false statement in your theory there. Let me explain. You have posited that they're to meet in Felicity's dressing room. We know he doesn't have a key. So when they meet, she's already in her dressing room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. He comes in. Now, in your statement here, you've said if he gave as the giver of the perfume, but that's completely wrong. He's not the giver of the perfume. He's knocked on the door with a little vial of cyanide in his pocket. It's her perfume. She's got it on her counter. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dot, dot, dot. I'm going to keep blackmailing you. You're under my thumb. You're never getting out. You owe me for life. He's like, yes, ma'am. You got me. I'll do whatever you say. Just don't tell anyone. That's right. Now, let me get back to the set. Sprays her perfume, she leaves. He takes out the cyanide, drip, 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 into her perfume, knowing that when she gets back from set, she's going to put it on. But before he has a chance to put the cyanide in, she sprays it, and then she goes on set. Then he poisons it, then he leaves. He's hoping she'll come back and spray it and get killed. But before that happens, and they both leave. She leaves first, then he does it. She says she left him alone here, then he leaves. Then the makeup artist comes in, steals it, brings it to Jane. Jane brings it to Ruby. It couldn't have, he's not the one bringing her the perfume. She already had it. And he couldn't have snuck in. The reason he's lying about the spray, about her spraying, she said she sprayed it before she left, which she did, before he had a chance to poison it. The reason he's swearing that she never did is he realizes, wait a second, if the police know that she sprayed it at 1:45 and didn't get killed, and then the perfume makes its way to Ruby at 2:15 and she does get killed, then it had to have been poisoned after 1:45, which he would be the person in the room with it to poison it. So he's trying to say, no, she never sprayed it, so she probably poisoned it earlier in the morning. And a lot of people could have poisoned it if it could have happened at 9 a.m. He just doesn't want the window to be so tight. Didn't the diary say he brought her the perfume as part of her orders? Well, if that's true, then I'm in trouble. Let's see if you're right about that. Where do you think they said that? In her diary, huh? Let's see if we can find it. I mean, if he brought her the perfume, well, yeah, well, that would actually, you would be right. If he brought her the perfume, why not just poison it? Maybe he didn't want to be in the room with her when she did it. But let's see if we can find that diary. You claim that in her diary, I mean, it was already had a space on her thing. Not Ruby's diary. You want Felicity's diary, right? Let's see if it's here. Last week, he got me a bottle of Karma to keep me quiet. Well, that's a good catch, because I had completely missed that. But it was a week ago. So I think it's fair to wonder why he didn't poison it a week ago. But maybe a week ago, he thought that he was going to be out from under her thumb. But in reality, she's saying that where did she say that she was going to keep poisoning him as a last minute thing? I mean, it is an interesting point that he could have poisoned it if he knew he wanted to kill her a week ago. The other problem, as Dennis was pointing out, that for Felicity to purposely kill her, she would have had to know that the makeup artist was going to steal it and give it to Jane, unless she's working with the makeup artist. And then the two of them are planning it together. And then even so, how would she know she would get the part? She has no animosity towards Ruby. Ruby hasn't done anything to her. I'll see what else I can win. So she's called him in and she's saying, I'm never going to let you go. I'm never going to let you out of this obligation. So to me, it's clear it's got to be Vincent. But you do bring an interesting point about why he didn't kill her. But maybe he was afraid. Like if think about this. If he's brought her the perfume and she sprays it and dies, he'd be the number one suspect. She did have a motive. You're right. She did have a motive that she would be ruined if it got out that they were having an affair. but I don't think there was any sign that it was getting out. But he can't bring her the perfume and then have pre-poisoned it. He'd be the number one suspect immediately. That's why I didn't poison it right away. All right, let's have a vote. Or if you want to talk about it more, let me know. So it sounds like it's down to 2 people, and the audience is having some doubt about accusing Vincent. You might think of it the other way, like, how would you disprove it's Vincent? It's only his word that she didn't spray it. All right. What does the group think? Make your vote known. Sorry, Bug. All right, let's see. Jonathan Warner is abstaining. It's 100% Vincent. But don't let me sway you. Jamie's unconvinced. What about Dennis? Dennis, what's it going to be? You got to vote, Dennis. You got to say, I vote for. Don't let me bully people into voting. I just do that for dramatic effect, so it's more entertaining when I'm wrong or right. All right, Jonathan is getting my vote recorded. All right, Dennis, get your vote on the record and we'll do it. I think the game. I think you got to give credit to this game that it's created this moment of doubt here. That was good that you. That's a good little detail that you noticed that he brought it to her. Although it's clear he brought it to her a week ago, and that does add an interesting element. The reason she's nervous is not because the reason Daisy is nervous is not because she killed her. It's because she realized she may have delivered the poison perfume, but she knows she didn't do it on purpose, but she's still not nervous. All right. Dennis, you got to say, I vote. You got to use the word vote for it to be recorded here. Not that it really matters. But whenever we have the voting, you got to use the actual word, I vote for this, for the script to pick it up. You got to use the actual word, I vote for, or I vote something. The word VOTE has to start out that sentence or be in that sentence for it to know what you're voting for. I could modify that script to detect some other stuff, but there has to be some keyword to let it know that you're making your vote. But that's okay. I mean, even if it's not here, it's not like this gets recorded anywhere. All right, so in order to do this, we're going to combine 99 with who we pick. And I'm saying Vincent. I guess that these remaining cards here are going to be chosen depending on who you vote for. Let's see if that's right. 99 and Vincent we're going to do. 99, 77 is 436. Here we go. $99 and 77, 436. Draw card 58. All right, let's close the vote. I didn't mean to kill Ruby. I saw my opportunity to poison Felicity's perfume. Her constant blackmailing was making my life a living hell. How was I to know someone would steal the perfume? Vincent resigns himself to his fate as he is cuffed. Excellent work. Case closed, detective. All right, we got our guy. Let's see what would have happened if we had accused other people. All right, so, let's make it official here. We did it. We got our guy. All right, let's see what other cards there were. If you accuse the producer, successful visionary movie director, falsely accused of murder, that'd make a great movie, kid. Wait, you're serious? There's no explosive temper from Chuck as he's led into a squad car. He looks in shock, if anything. Case closed? Question mark. I know I stole the perfume, but I didn't poison it. I'm innocent. You've got a good feeling about Daisy being the killer. Sure, she doesn't appear to have a motive, but you're sure one will come out in a police interrogation. Case closed. No, I'm not the perfect husband. I know that, but I didn't kill my wife. Spencer is visibly upset, but calmly accompanies you to your squad car. Case closed? What? All I did was find Ruby some perfume. That's my job. Jane's protests fall on deaf ears as she's arrested. She gave Ruby the poison perfume, so surely she must be guilty. Case closed. Then, Felicity. You've got to be kidding. Fine, I'll play your little game, detective. I want my lawyer. Felicity seems emotionless. She's going to be hard to read down at the station. Case closed. All right, so there you have it. A little epilogue depending on who you accuse. And that's it. So notice, well, we did it. We solved it. We caught our guy. It's taken us 4 hours to play through. We had a real hang up in the beginning where we were struggling to make progress past the first scene. But after that, we were pretty much on track. Let's take a very short 3-minute break and come back and talk about the game. I want to hear your thoughts. I'll see you in 3 minutes. All right, we are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. You probably already know that since there are only 8 people here. You and I have spent quite a bit of time together over the years. Now we're going to talk about Murder in Tinseltown here. This is the second game from a series, although it's not billed as being part of the same series as Crypto Killer, but it clearly shares the same DNA with a couple of differences. The first key similarity, the key part of the DNA of this game, is this chart where you combine objects. But in the first game we played, the Crypto Killer, it was almost all the classical use object on something. And in this case, we had like one use of that in the beginning, where we used the forensics kit on one item. Almost everything else was just about asking people about things and combining observations to get conclusions. That was, for me, the most interesting part about the mechanical work of this game. I think Crypto Killer had a more interesting ending, too. But I did like this game, and I think, you know, for the most part, it's an easy game, although we really did get stuck in the beginning. I think there's something to complain about those first couple puzzles. The fact that that lock had numbers on the combination and it couldn't be solved until day 2 was really a mistake. All they had to do was not show the numbers on that lock clip art, and that would have been fine. And then there was a weird thing where we had to show we had 2 things of the perfume that looked identical. It would have been trivially easy for them to let us combine the 2, combine either of the perfumes and unlock the final end of the day. Well, that seems like a little oversight, but everything else worked fairly smoothly. And we did hit moments where it wasn't clear what to do. And then we had a really nice surprise, which is at the very end, people started getting cold feet about accusing Vincent. And there were some theories, some little details about why one would be slightly more likely than the other. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I quite liked it. I still think they have a very good system here. This lookup chart, especially if you're one of these people this chart of combining objects tends to be what these kinds of games use an app for. And it's very common to use an app anytime you have a game that combines cards like this. We've seen some analog ways around it. Guilty has its own way around it, but and we've seen apps used often, but this reference chart works great. It wouldn't work with too many more cards. They've got to limit it to, I don't know what, 30 cards that can be combined, 30 or 40 cards. Beyond that, you're in trouble. This game was much more focused on ask a person about this, a sort of Chronicles of Crime strategy where you're asking people. And I thought it worked quite well here. And this looking up, indirect looking up in this tiny little booklet, I mean, it's sort of surprising how with only 2.5 pages of interactions, it actually works to create a little narrative. Most of the time, half the time you're drawing a card and half the time you're just reading a little statement. That's a very clever, that's actually very smart way to do it. In other games we see you combine 2 cards and it gives you the number of another card, right? But the problem with that is then anytime you want to have a response to combining cards, you need a card and the deck gets big. This is very clever because it can say, hey, look, if we just need a one-liner that tells you you're barking up the wrong tree, then it just has the one line of text. And they don't need a whole card for every interaction. So it lets them have many more interactions supported, and then only the important ones bring out new cards. That's pretty clever. And you don't have to worry about what order. So actually, mechanically, this is quite a clever little system here. Let me check in with the chat. I have more things to say about it, but let's see what people say. I like how when you get it wrong, it doesn't tell you immediately who it was. Yes, that's good. The guilty track was a fun little element. Jonathan is talking about this little thing here. I mean, a lot of this game is useless. Like, this whole thing is pointless. There's no need for this. And there's no need for this, and there's no need for these. Really, no need. But this is kind of fun. And as Jonathan pointed out, it's kind of fun that the game keeps saying, hey, you guys should discuss it. Now, we should point out, the box says it's for 2 or more players. Absolutely not true. That's a complete lie. It's fine as a solo game. There's no extra rules, nothing that has to get done. They should not have labeled that as 2 or more. That's solo 1 or more is fine. Kind of surprised that Jamie didn't kill instead. Like, she would have given herself a spritz before handing it over to Ruby. That's pretty realistic. I enjoyed the fact that it's app free. I like that they also say you should have at least 8 cards when you get to the end. That's not quite right. It did say you should have exactly that many cards, and I know that's caused some... It did say you should have exactly, right? But maybe it meant you should have at least, which would have been better. It does say that a bunch of these conclusions that we reached, you might have played and not gotten all these, and then you just have to solve it with the information you have. So if you look at the booklet here, the answer solution thing, you can see how it's structured. These things you must do to advance through the days, but these conclusions are all optional, it looks like. Were they really all optional? But you could have gone through the day and not made these conclusions by combining evidence and stuff or asking people about things. To me, that whole thing about turning observations into conclusions was one of the more interesting novel ideas here. And it's going to take a little while to chew on that and think about that, but it is an interesting idea. I'm going to come back to that. First, I want to see other points. You don't lose points. Yeah, there's no real score here. There's no score at all here. That's either a plus or minus, depending on what you're looking for in a game. I want to return quickly, though, and talk about some of the more useless things and some of the more interesting things. So here's a missed opportunity that I think is a little sad. Like, all of these visual scenes, there was only one where it had any relevance, and that was this code. All of the others, there's nothing to notice. Like, you're just grabbing this card out and grabbing these cards. There is nothing to pay attention to here. Nothing of any significance. Nothing of any significance. Nothing hidden in the pictures. Nothing important. No clues. Nothing. These are totally useless. The only card, and this was a little bit fun to look at your suspects, but all useless. The only card that was of any interest to us at all was this. That was absolutely essential for solving this one little code puzzle. That feels to me like a real missed opportunity. One of the more enjoyable things about getting a nice big photograph to study is looking for little clues. So that's a shame, a little bit of a missed opportunity. Another interesting thing to notice is that we saw every single card other than the false accusations. So no branching, no alternate paths, no choose your own adventure elements, nothing like that. The only thing that you could end up with is, according to the rules at least, you could have failed to make some conclusions, failed to ask people about things, and you would have ended up with less conclusions here to help you make your decision, which is interesting. It would be interesting to see how little you could get to the end with. But, you know, it's a fairly small scale game. It's not like one of these games where we play it and we've seen half the cards, or we've missed a ton of things we could have asked people about. It feels like we basically, on our playthrough at least, we asked everyone about everything that could lead to anything interesting. Now, from a game design perspective, I really think the interesting thing to think about is the way you combine observations to get conclusions. And that happened to us right at the start. In fact, we got stuck with it for a while because it didn't want us to proceed until we did. And it was something like you have to combine the observation that the perfume was poisoned and that no one else went into the trailer to conclude that she sprayed it on herself and killed herself or something like that. The observation that the victim was alone. It's a really interesting thing. It's almost like an alternative to the system we sometimes see in the online questions of these cold case games, where they're like, who's the one person you can rule out and what evidence proves it? And here it was a little more open-ended. It was more like, how do you make a conclusion? Normally a game would be like, how do you conclude that this was the murder weapon? How do you conclude that this person couldn't have done it? And then you could identify, well, this piece of evidence proves it. And here we got sort of the inverse of that. We got it saying, hey, we're not going to tell you what you're trying to prove. All of these conclusions are hidden. Rather than saying, here's something, how do you prove it? And then picking which card proves it. It kept these secret from us. And we were just trying to figure out, look at all these conclusions. These are all things that we proved by asking people about items or combining observations. For each of them, we didn't know what we were trying to prove. We just had a whole bunch of evidence. And then we said, well, what can we prove with this evidence? If we combine this card with this card or confront this person, we can prove something. That's a very interesting idea. And it took us a while to wrap our head around it. That's an awfully interesting idea. It makes it a little more open-ended, a little less directed. It's not saying, prove this, look at the things, see which things best prove it. It's saying, here's a whole bunch of information. Pick two that prove something, and then if you're right, we'll tell you what you've proved. It is odd that you don't know what you're proving at the time. It's pretty clever. We're used to being punished for trying everything. Here they encourage you to look at all possibilities. Yeah, it's true. And I think they were smart not to try to put a score on this game. I don't think scoring is important. I thought we might be scored for where this was during the game. This is also a pretty smart thing here, where basically 3 people had no motive, really. And then 3 people had reasonable motive, and then you end up with 2 top suspects at the end. That's a good formula. Yeah, I would say another good game. Another interesting game. And in fact, this novel idea of combining cards to get conclusions, very clever. Very clever. It's not, on the other hand, I guess you could say, well, you could ask, like, why? Why bother forcing the player? Like, if the human player can jump to a conclusion, why are we mechanically forcing them to jump to a conclusion? To get a conclusion card. But there was an answer to that, to why force the player to do that. And I think the answer about why force the player to do that can be seen in many of these cards. Not all of them, but some of the conclusions have, what is it? Maybe it's not true. Okay, I guess it's not true. I was thinking some of the conclusions have puzzle pieces, but they don't. But many of the conclusions have extra cards you draw that unlock more deductions in the case, more ways to interact. So when you make a conclusion, you get more cards that are then grist for drawing more conclusions and observations and asking people about things. So you need to make those conclusions in order to get more cards that you can use to do other things. It's not a bad system once you get the hang of it, and it does sort of challenge you to think differently. All right. I guess we're going to wrap things up here. Thank you for joining me for this stream. I'm glad we got a chance to play this game. $20, I think, on Amazon. That's reasonable. That's about in the ballpark for something like this. Just take your time in the beginning. It's a little bit different. It's different enough in the beginning that it could throw you, but it gets smoother as we go. All right. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time.